Well, I love it when OBS decides that making no changes to the microphone means that we have to completely change the microphone. Fucking bullshit. Anyway, as I was saying, when we left off, Lex Luthor deconstructed the Batmobile, and we're heading back to the Batcave, and Batman stole Robin's bike to get there, and Robin has to walk. So let's go back to the Batcave.
In a special report later tonight, Gotham City News asks, where is the Joker? The most notorious of Arkham's recent escapees. He'll be up to some clownish master plan with deadly consequences. But what could it be? We'll have an exclusive interview with the Gotham City police officer who says he saw a giant version of Joker's face in the fire at Ace Chemicals, and speculating wildly about all the horrible ways the green-haired ghoul might destroy us all. Don't miss it.
Substance is
she's pretty upbeat.
Similar to kryptonite. No harmful effects to natives of Krypton.
That doesn't make sense. I had the Batmobile tracking kryptonite. It wouldn't have picked this up. It must have been kryptonite in the van.
What's the point of making kryptonite that wouldn't harm Superman anyway?
Important. Joker.
Ah yes, Gotham's favourite news reporter.
Must have been some sort of ruse. We'll put it away with the other.
How you doing,
kryptonite
Clem?
just to be safe.
Why do we have so much of this stuff?
I keep it in case Superman decides to be a bad guy one day.
You expect the worst of everybody.
Yeah.
Excellent. So yeah, Batman just has a full vault of kryptonite. Just in case.
What happened? We've lost the signal.
Don't worry, it's directly ahead.
You know, and there's no real precaution for anybody breaking in and stealing all of it. Once again, problems caused because Batman is just so damn arrogant.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
Someone's broken into the Batcave?
Fake kryptonite. It was a homing device. We were set up.
Hello? Anybody home? We're here, and we brought desserts.
Really simple plot. And now the Batcave has been breached. Well, time for us to do what happens to every supervillain who learns Batman's true identity. These guys have to be dead before the end of the game. I think they do some pretty good stuff with the Lego stuff in this game. Alright. Where are we going? What are we doing? How are we doing it? This way. Yeah, it's another one of those things of like Batman's unrelenting arrogance in believing he's the only person who could ever do any of these things. Means that unless we deal with Lex and Joker here and get rid of them, they're going to have access to probably the biggest stash of kryptonite in the world. Man, I don't think I want to eat one of those pies. Go, Robin. Honestly, I do think the Lego games are genuinely quite funny. Like, especially if it's a Lego game covering a topic that you already have an appreciation of. And so, like, I do quite like the DC stuff. So I think Lego Batman's pretty funny, Lego Batman 2 is pretty funny. I really enjoyed Lego DC Supervillains. Because it was a fun DC multiverse-ish adventure. And, like, it's suitably enough DC that it still, like, works in terms of the appeal of that. Batman, are you coming up here or what? It's like, if you like the Marvel stuff over DC, I think Lego Marvel Superheroes is probably one of the best Lego games. And it's also got a really fun Marvel plot. Like, I was genuinely debating doing Lego Marvel Superheroes before I decided to do the Avengers game. But chances are we'll get around to doing Lego Marvel Avengers. I think it's a genuinely fun, original Marvel plot. And, like, the gameplay of the Lego games isn't it's not anything special. It was very much the same style of gameplay with very minor improvements here and there across, like, the entire span from Lego Star Wars. There's Lego Star Wars up until I think Lego Incredibles was the last game they did before Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga. And Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga changed a bunch of it. And I ended up feeling like it was a much weaker game as a result. The new Lego Batman coming out later this year looks like it's doing some interesting stuff, and I'm quite interested in it. But we'll see whether it ends up being a positive or a detriment to the gameplay. There it is.
Hey, Batman! Penny for your thoughts? Oh, are we going upstairs? I'd love to see the rest of the place.
We don't have a lot of time.
Going down?
Probably not the best place to stand, Joker.
Jump!
Uh-oh.
Where is the kryptonite?
Kryptonite location is protected by security access codes.
Computer, do you know who I am?
Lex Luthor, presidential candidate, owner and founder of LexCorp Industries.
Very good. Now, I'd like...
A corporation that serves as a cover for a variety of Luthor's criminal operations.
Okay.
Involving smuggling, robbery, extortion, bribery.
Yeah, all right, that's enough.
Here, let me do it.
Security access verified.
That was way too easy. Well, and now Lex Luthor has access to a whole load of
How
kryptonite.
much time do we have before those pies go off?
Oh, like 5 minutes. Maybe that was 5 seconds. Run!
Maybe we should call for Superman.
Go ahead.
Hey, Superman!
See, we can't rely on anyone.
And it's just a big dick.
Hey guys, sorry it took me a second.
Yay! It's a character who's not a piece of shit. Let's play as him. Repent. Look, Batman has spent this entire game being nothing but a dick. Like, let's not forget last time at Axis Chemicals, his plan was for him and Robin to either break their legs or die, if it meant they didn't have to call Superman for help. Look, if you want to kill yourself, that's your problem. But, like, don't drag somebody else down with you because of your stupid pride. And Batman was entirely willing to let Robin die for it. Really hopeful we'll see an end to this entire interpretation of Batman as, like, the paranoid loner who somehow has established a big family unit and yet clearly hates all of them. It's a big part of the point with Robin. Like, the entire reason why Robin is a thing is Batman sees what happens to Robin, relates to it immensely, and does what he can so that Robin doesn't go down the same path he does. And yet you've got so many people who are like, Robin ruins Batman as a character. It's like, no, Robin elevates Batman as a character. It's one of the, like, genuinely annoying things with Batman. Of, like, Batman is generally more well-liked than Superman, because, oh, Superman's so overpowered and he's so poorly written and blah, blah, blah. There are so many absolute... Robin, why are you down here? There are so many absolutely terrible Batman stories that censor on how Batman is nothing but paranoid loner. And it's like, we can do better than that. Here we go. It's like the thing we had in, like, the last decade or so of Superman. And Superman analogs being like, oh yeah, Superman, if he existed, he'd be nothing but, like, a power-hungry maniac. And it's like, or he could be an actually good person. I feel like so much of the last decade or so has been, in regards to superheroes, a big focus on forgetting why they are superheroes in the first place. Where did these guys come from? Like, superheroes can have their struggles and such, but at the end of the day, I feel like the point is that they are the best of us. And that's supposed to be the point. Don't know what Superman was aiming at there. Alright, what do we got? Superman using his red lightning vision. I feel like there's also, like, a big discrepancy between how serious Batman is and adhering to, like, the well-known ideas of Batman. It's like the giant coin we saw, I think, is a really good example of, like, even in the most serious Batman interpretations, usually the Batcave has, like, the giant coin, the dinosaur, the giant Joker card somewhere. And it doesn't really have to diminish the idea of Batman as a dark hero. Just, like, recognize that a lot of this is really silly at its heart. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know the one you talked about, the Batman Animated Series podcast. Yeah. It pops up every now and then, and like, if I did a rewatch of the animated series, I'd probably listen along to that. There's a little bit of additional stuff. Because it is pretty funny. I need a way to open that. How am I getting it open? Oh, it just opens. Alright. I was overthinking it. Have you ever sat down and watched the animated series, Clem? It's good stuff. Like, there's a reason it's generally regarded as, like, the best interpretation of Batman. And it's got a few duds here and there. I think mostly as a concession of it being a show aimed at children. But I think it being a show aimed at children is also what elevated it to be better. What allowed it to, like, rise above and be one of the best interpretations of Batman. It was like, oh yeah, it's a kid's show, so we can't have people die. But even then, it was still, like, one of the most... what would be the word? Like, it got away with a lot more than you would expect for a kid's show at the time. Like, just having real guns was a lot more than other shows got. Like, if you watch the Spider-Man animated series from the 90s, or the X-Men animated series... and, like, all the guns are laser guns. Batman animated series managed to get away with it by having them be Tommy guns. Primarily, like, they're guns out of time. But that combined with, like, the general aesthetic makes it feel like it's somewhat of a period piece. Gives it a very timeless quality. But I think it being primarily aimed at children meant that the writing had to be cleverer. And it's something I've very much taken issue with from, like, DC animated movies. Where I feel like because they're going to DVD and they can do whatever they want, they started getting more and more brazen. And having less and less censorship on them, which I kind of coupled together with a definite downturn in the writing. I feel like the limitations of writing for children in the animated series really helped it be more creative, but no less effective. Like, there's the Joker stuff. Like, in the animated series, the Joker toxin and Joker gas, it didn't kill people because it was a kid's show. Instead, it rendered people catatonic with the big grins on their faces, and that's probably worse. I feel like even as a kid, you could recognize the idea of, like, well, if you're dead, you're dead. That's it. They're dead. And nothing worse can happen to them. Still being alive and stuck with that grin. Like, even in the movie, the Mask of the Phantasm movie, when they did start getting to kill people because it was a movie, and they didn't have to broadcast it on TV, there are characters that are killed by the Joker, and they have the grins on their face. There's one character who isn't. And he ends up, the last we see of him, like, just desperately laughing in a hospital bed. And he gets control of himself, and then it gets worse. And it's like, that's not pleasant. Oh, hey, Alfred. Do you have a way out? Nope. Alright. Like, the animated series did a lot of really good stuff like that. They started being allowed to kill people. I think the first time they killed somebody in the DC animated universe, and it wasn't in one of the movies, was in the Superman animated series. But the deaths were kind of a big deal whenever they happened. They didn't just have them for the sake of having them. Yeah, the whole idea of the Smile movies, like, I know what the Smile movies are, I know where they're going and what they're doing with it. Where is Batman? Why are you over there? Smiles can be generally creepy anyway. To walk in on somebody doing something like slitting their own throat, and they look you in the eye and smile at you as they do it. Yeah, there's something terrifying about that. Superman, you can fly. Alright, let's go. Superman, why are you still there? There we go. I feel like the LEGO games don't do it as often as they really should. But it's really neat seeing this T-Rex actually being made out of entirely LEGO pieces. I think the more modern, the more recent LEGO games do it more often, but a lot of the environments are clearly just environments and not LEGO pieces. And then you'll have something like, oh look, a breakable piece of LEGO stuff. on the environment, and it really stands out. You guys down here again. There we go.
Nice job.
Art is always better if it's bigger. Hey, isn't that Bruce Wayne's mansion?
Bruce Wayne. Really despise that guy.
Yeah, so at no point do the Joker or Lex Luthor put 2 and 2 together and realise the Batcave is under Wayne Manor. Which I think is fine. I think it's a funny thing.
The whirly bat. I'm gonna go work on the bat mode now.
Why didn't you tell me Luthor was involved?
I was handling it.
Yeah, looks like you had it all under control. Look, I'll hang around and give you a hand. Remember, I can do anything.
You know what was in there?
What?
Kryptonite. That's what they wanted the whole time. Must be what powers that deconstructing device. I picked up kryptonite on the Batmobile scanner.
So now they can neutralize your gadgets and my powers. Question is, why?
What if they
are
brought
up
in
to?
somebody that couldn't neutralise them?
But we need to get
Like
that
Wonder Woman.
We can take this to get there. Introducing the new Lock Bat Boat.
Oh good, I thought we
Need a
lost
hand?
another Robin there
No,
for
I'm
a
good.
second. So now, though, we get to spend the game playing as Superman, which is great. Hey look, there's Arkham Asylum. You might be like, why is that great? And don't worry, I'll show you. Only the greatest superhero theme ever. Like, don't get me wrong, like... No, this is the original. Like, this game uses... Like, the first LEGO Batman game, I think, uses entirely the 89 Batman soundtrack. I don't think it uses anything else. This game has been using the 89 Batman theme. It's had a little bit of Batman Returns. And it has the John Williams Superman theme. LEGO Batman 3 also decided, hey, when you play as Wonder Woman and you're flying around, let's have the Wonder Woman TV theme.
Thick black smoke is
One of my favourite stories about the new Superman movie is that James Gunn was like, we can't top John Williams. So the Superman theme for this movie is going to be based around that theme. Because it is just so good. It's iconic.
In aid of the Gotham City Zoo has been cancelled. With the city in the grip of a crime wave, even the animals can't catch a break.
It's such a good theme that you forget when you sit down and watch the original Superman movie. You forget that the opening credits of that movie are like 5 minutes long. Can't believe Batman stole Robin's helicopter. The classic Superman movie, I think it's a really interesting case. Because you could argue that basically nobody involved with the creation of that movie read comic books. Like, get this. Story and, I believe, screenplay was by Mario Puzo. You know what else Mario Puzo did? The Godfather. I think he'd come off The Godfather to do Superman. And it's like, that's an odd one. But, like, as an idea, it absolutely gets what Superman should be. You know what the tagline for the original Superman was, Clem? You'll believe a man can fly. And, like, even now, I sit down and watch that movie, and it's like, yeah, you can see the dated special effects and the blue screen and everything, but there's a lot of focus on doing what they could do right. Like, the way Superman moves when he's flying is absolutely fantastic. There's so much just really well done about that first Superman movie. And, like, the casting, great. Even the things I could complain about, like, is it a good Superman adaptation? It's very clearly the idea of Superman that the makers of the movie grew up with. Because, like, even at the time, Clark Kent wasn't a Mile and Manor reporter for the Daily Bugle. He'd moved on. He was a TV reporter at that point. But yeah, Christopher Reeve as Clark Kent and Superman, there's a specific moment in Superman 2. And I think it's specifically in the Richard Donner cut, where Lois shoots at Clark to prove that he's Superman. And, like, he stops slumping, he stands up straight, his posture changes, and it's like, you know, I can believe this man is absolutely able to disguise himself in plain sight like that. Because the whole tone of him is just so different between... And this is, like, the transition you see on screen. He just stands up straighter. more confidence in his posture. It's fantastic. Margot Kidder as Lois Lane, absolutely fantastic. Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor in the Superman movies, he's such a bad villain. He's such a terrible supervillain. It's like, oh yeah, Lex Luthor, the great criminal mastermind of our time. And it's like, he's living in an underground hotel, trying to do a real estate scam. It's like, yeah, the real estate scam involves stealing nuclear missiles, but it's still really stupid. And Gene Hackman sells all of it. It's just so compelling. It's such a great movie. And I think certainly, not necessarily on TV, but on the big screen in cinema, there had never been another Superman who had gotten to play both Clark Kent and Superman as they should have been. Until probably David Corenswet with the new Superman. And it's not, I'm not saying like the others were bad. I really like Brandon Routh. I think Brandon Routh did the best he could, but the script wasn't good. So a lot of Superman Returns is really bland, I think. Henry Cavill, I think, absolutely could have pulled off charming Superman, but the script was never there. They never gave him the script to do it. And it was the same with Ben Affleck as Batman. I really liked Ben Affleck as Batman. It's a shame he never got a script that let him be the Batman he should have been. But yeah, Christopher Reeve was just absolutely peak. There are aspects, like Zack Snyder's vision of superheroes is so flawed. Like, I don't think he gets superheroes. But there are definitely visual elements that I love of those. Robert Pattinson, I think, was fantastic. I look forward to the next one, because I'm hoping will evolve into a position where Batman should be. I like the place that the Batman ends, and I think the place it could go could be really good. I think having the cape be CGI in some instances is probably a good idea. And like, Zack Snyder's Justice League is mostly a waste of 4 hours. Because, let's be fair, nothing should be 4 hours like that. Well, that was excessive. But there's a thing they do in Zack Snyder's Justice League when Batman jumps and his cape flares out behind him in a way that is completely unrealistic. But it's very Batman. I love that. I think the cape should always be CGI for that. I wonder what this does. Ah. Okay. Perfect. Batman. At the end of the day, I do really enjoy superhero stuff. And I like when superheroes get to be superheroes. There's some, like, even in the bad stuff, there's oftentimes a lot of stuff to find that is really good. It's like, which of the classic Superman movies have you watched, Clint? You say you watched the first one for the first time properly in the last 5-10 years. Have you seen any of the others? You want to say you saw the first two? Understandable. If you haven't seen the Richard Donner cut of Superman 2, recommend it. It is probably, like, undeniably a superior viewing to the theatrical cut. Superman 3 has some really good Supermaning, though. Like, it's overall weaker than the first two, but there's some really good Superman stuff, and Christopher Reeve looks fantastic in that. Like, Christopher Reeve is built in those movies. And, like, reasonably built. Like, you know, maybe it's humanly possible to achieve this without doing excessive damage to yourself. Built. Like, Superman 3 has its problems, but the Superman versus Superman fight is really good, I think. Especially for the time. Like, they do what they can with the special effects, and it mostly holds up fairly well. And there's a bit at the end of it when, like, good Superman wins over evil Superman and banishes, like, this evil version of Superman away from his mind. And then it's because he's good Superman is Clark Kent. And, like, as evil Superman fades away, he stands up, the theme starts building up, and he just tears open his shirt. And it's like, da-da-da! And it's like, it's great. And Christopher Reeve is selling the hell out of it. And it's just beautiful. Too much kryptonite. Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, doesn't really have a lot of value in it, though. I'll definitely admit that. Maybe we should do movie podcasts. And we can go over these movies. And you can have us watch some of your favourite movies, and we can all discuss them. And we can talk about how The Godfather does, in fact, insist upon itself. I'd make everybody watch Supergirl. Because, like, you know, Supergirl is not a good movie. But it's kind of an interesting movie. And Helen Slater is, like, really charming as Supergirl. Really like her. It just makes so much sense. Yeah. I think, like, my appreciation of the idea of it is just how absurd it sounds. It insists upon itself. Like, okay. See, I wasn't necessarily bored when I watched The Godfather. Probably worth noting that I watched The Godfather so that I could have the proper context for playing the Godfather video game that I'd heard was quite good. It was fine. Honestly, the video game was fine. I wasn't necessarily bored, I wasn't enthralled. For a movie that's often considered to be like one of the best things ever, I was just like, eh. Like, there's a Shakespeare line, I feel, that sums up my opinion of the Godfather movies. And it goes something like, a storm of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Like, it's got good acting, it's a good enough script, like, it's a solid enough script. I just don't think there's a whole lot of point to it. I feel like the movie ends and it's just like, eh. I don't think it needed to be 3 hours long. And I come away from it feeling like, wow, I have now certainly never enjoyed a Francis Ford Coppola movie. Honestly, like, you like what you like, and I'm not going to take away from somebody who enjoyed The Godfather, as long as they're not taking away from me for not enjoying it. But I watched the entire trilogy and was like, eh. Like, it goes to really odd places. I feel like it ultimately doesn't add up to a whole lot. I feel like the ending of the Godfather trilogy was an afterthought. I feel like there's better ways to spend 9 hours of your time. You did pay attention. I mean, at this point, I'm glad I've watched it because now I can understand various Godfather references that have existed since before I was born. Because, like, The Simpsons has done Godfather references. It's a similar thing of, like, the main reason I want to watch Twin Peaks. Because so much has done Twin Peaks references, I would like to understand what they are supposed to be. What am I doing? What's that? Who throws cake at Superman? But yeah, like, having watched all of the Godfather trilogy now, it's like, okay, that's, I think, 5 movies directed by Coppola, and I'm like, I've not enjoyed any of them. He's supposed to be one of the great old auteurs of Hollywood, and like, I've watched movies from these old auteurs from the new Hollywood era, and enjoyed them, most particularly Star Wars. Yeah. I've enjoyed none of Coppola's movies. Oh yeah, we can break glass with this, can't we? be? The Godfather trilogy. Apocalypse Now, I didn't particularly enjoy. And Bram Stoker's Dracula, did not particularly enjoy. And like, maybe it is just me, I'm willing to accept that. But I also don't care. If I'm gonna have a more enjoyable time watching something like The Fifth Element than one of these grand director features, then I'm happier that way. You know what The Fifth Element is? It's fun. What are you doing up here? Give it up, bad guys.
Not the way I like to travel.
Come on, cheer up, sourpuss.
Not cool.
Eh. I don't think we should have more than one bald person in this game. How am I supposed to tell that they're not Lex Luthor?
All right. The sun will be up soon, and the voters will be heading out to vote. Let's shut it down. Okay, did not need to turn off all the lights.
I do love how Lex Luthor in this is a straight man. Like, everything around him is so stupid and wacky. And he just does not respond to any of it. I love it. More wacky comedies need a straight man. I said before, I think Deadpool 2 is probably better than Deadpool 1, largely for the presence of Cable. No, in terms of comedy, I'm always like, a straight man to bounce the humor off is always better. An evil businessman is running for president? You know, Lex Luthor did actually win the presidency in the comics. And I think for the most part, he was actually a decent president for a while.
There's frustration tonight at the ongoing mayhem in our streets. Notorious bad guys like the Riddler and the Joker are still at large, with the Gotham City Police Department apparently helpless. Presidential candidate Lex Luthor is due in town tomorrow.
Presidential candidate Lex Luthor, seen here in his campaign posters that make him look very evil.
Will the city still be standing?
Oh, after you.
You see what I mean? Batman's just a dick.
We're here to see Lex Luthor.
And you are?
Seriously?
Slim, I feel like you're a little behind.
I'm Superman. He's Batman.
Are those last names?
Even his receptionist is evil.
Just one name each.
Like Madonna.
Oh, I see. You're down here. Mr. Luthor.
Yeah, that's right. Madonna is a member of the Justice League. You responding to the poster part? Yeah. I thought you were responding to the Lex Luthor did actually become president.
Mr. Luthor is expecting you.
Cool, so, can I go straight up, or what? Just kind of nodded that off screen. Yeah, the 2000s were a weird time. Was it the 2000s? I feel like it was before that. Like, there was the whole Batman Cataclysm thing, where Gotham is hit by, like, a huge earthquake. And the city is basically condemned after that. Lex Luthor's president at that time, and basically makes it national policy that we're just going to leave Gotham. And so a big part of Batman No Man's Land has Bruce Wayne in Washington trying to rally support to, like, rebuild Gotham. And Lex Luthor as the president just like, nah. Comics are weird. Look, if you don't get out of my way, I'm going to keep killing you. I don't think this has what I need. Oh. Okay. Perfect. Man. There was an interesting what if in Marvel at one point where Captain America runs for president and wins because of course he does, because like if Captain America was running for president, you'd vote for him. He's Captain America. The man fought in World War II. I feel like that was it followed up the Secret Empire storyline, which itself was kind of odd. It's like, oh, what if Captain America didn't hang up his shield and become Nomad? You know, because it was stupid. It was a stupid idea. It's like, hey, you want to see one of the worst superhero designs you've ever seen? Look up Captain America's costume when he was Nomad. there's definitely an interesting thing with this game of like Superman is basically always invincible. I feel like there might be a way Superman can take damage, but it's very rare. It's like, it's very true to Superman as a character, like he's the Man of Steel. But it's a really odd choice for the game to basically always have Superman indestructible. And we've got a significant portion, like maybe half of the game, where it's Batman and Superman. And Superman's just invulnerable. There's a few things he can't do, a few places he can't cross because there's kryptonite or whatever there. But even then, like, going near the kryptonite doesn't hurt him, he just moves away from it. It's a weird idea for the gameplay. What am I looking at? There we go. Like, if Superman was a bonus character that you got at the end of the game, I feel like it could make sense that he's just invincible because he's Superman. Cool. Like, previous LEGO games have had stuff like that. Like in LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga, there's the 3 Force Ghosts you can unlock. Ghost Obi-Wan, Ghost Yoda, and Ghost Anakin. And they're invincible because they're ghosts. Nothing can hurt them. But they're also, like, I think they're the 3 most expensive characters in the game. And you can't have them for story. Like, as a balancing thing, like, it makes sense. It's fine that they're invincible because you're not using them in regular gameplay. But with this, like, no, here's Superman. I feel like LEGO Batman 3 does something different and has Superman be vulnerable. Why can't I build with these? Oh, I get it now. I don't know if the game said at any point, but those green bricks, apparently, for whatever reason, you can only build them as Green Lantern. Come on. Can you imagine the logistical issues of having a building, like an entire building that just rotates? Like, what do you do about the plumbing? Yeah, Lego Batman 3 I'm less familiar with because it's the Lego Batman game I've played the least. What was a great question, Clem? I have forgotten. Oh yeah, the rotating button, yeah. It's definitely a thing of like, oh yeah, this is just decadence. We did this because we could. There's like, how does it function? Rotating floor, yes. But the Space Needle, the actual base of it, the foundation, is stationary, isn't it? I could honestly see this as a thing of like, okay, so we built this, and Lex Luthor specifically wanted the whole building to rotate as a testament to his genius and whatever, but we also were not able to get the plumbing working while the building's rotating, so whenever any of you are here, you cannot use the bathroom. There is a Starbucks across the street, you will use the bathroom there. Every pipe leads to one central pipe. It's an idea I've considered for, like, a rotating fireplace. You know, like a secret bookshelf, but it's a fireplace and the fireplace is lit. And, like, how you'd make that work. And it's like, you would just have, like, the chimney, but the lead up into the main chimney would just be the whole thing around. And like, you could probably do that. But for plumbing, I don't know. That would require a little more thought than I'm willing to give this right now. Can you believe Lex Luthor just gives every security guard in the building kryptonite? Good thing it's all green kryptonite. You like work the same way? The thing that makes the fireplace idea at least somewhat logistically sound is the small scale. I think doing the whole thing, doing something as broad as a building, wouldn't be practical in the same sense. Or you would have, like, okay, there's an intake pipe and an intake and an outlet pipe. It'd have to be a big-ass pipe, and there would have to be a lot of pressure pushing it in. I feel like there would be so much that could go wrong with it. And it's exactly why Lex Luthor would do it. I don't think I got anything out of that. Friction would cause a lot of wear, yeah. It would be so pointless that it would absolutely be a thing a DC supervillain would do. Yeah, like, can you believe Lex Luthor's just apparently given all of his security guards kryptonite? It's a good thing it's all green kryptonite. Because, like, the green kryptonite will just slowly kill him. The other kryptonites will do worse. Like, the red kryptonite changes his personality for him to be, like, a major unrepentant dick. Gold kryptonite would take away his powers potentially permanently. Black kryptonite will just kill him from the inside very quickly. I forget what blue kryptonite did. Pink kryptonite makes him amorously gay. Like, it's not the gay part that's the concern, it's the amorous part of that. You should never forget how stupid comics are. Right. What do we got? Oh, it's a prototype. Kinda crazy that this thing needs to be powered by kryptonite. You working on Mega Man 11 now? You're playing Mega Man 11 now? Well, he needs to be destroyed. You see, that's the fun thing with comics, Clem. Like, I could make up some stuff. I couldn't make up anything as stupid as what really exists in comics. And, like, bearing in mind that Superman's been around for, like, I think close to 90 years now. Like, I could turn around and tell you, like, you gotta watch out for the red kryptonite because it makes Superman communist. Like, that was, I could tell you, like, in the 50s, red kryptonite specifically made Kryptonians communist. Yeah, in the comics, Thanos specifically does the snap, like the whole Infinity Gauntlet arc with Thanos. He's very explicitly, because he's horny for death and he thinks killing half the universe will turn her on. Which, like, I feel like that as a motivator works for Thanos. Because, like, oh, here's this incredibly powerful and dangerous villain. and their entire motivation is one of the basest things you could think of. The man is horny. I mean, when you think about it, it's not really all that much different to that guy who shot John Lennon. Like, Thanos is Marvel John Lennon, and Death is Marvel Jodie Foster. No, Thanos isn't Marvel John Lennon. Half the universe is Marvel John Lennon. Go away. I don't remember that guy's name. No, you know, no, I'm getting confused. It isn't a good save. It's not a good save at all. I'm getting confused. The guy who shot John Lennon didn't do it to impress Jodie Foster. He did it because he was crazy and thought it was something that he was being told to do by the Catcher in the Rye, I think. I'm thinking of the guy who shot Ronald Reagan. He did it to impress Jodie Foster. See, this is why you should let comic book movies be stupid, because, like, nothing is stupider than real life. Yeah, there was a shooter who wanted to impress Jodie Foster, and he shot John Lennon by mistake when he intended to shoot Ronald Reagan. Like, that was an interesting case of mistaken identity. Yes, Stan Smith went back in time to shoot Ronald Reagan so that Marvel would create Thanos. I think that's how that episode of American Dad went. Pretty sure of it. Now we have an ad coming up and I'm gonna need to run this. Let's do this jump first. Excellent. Oh, goodness. Honestly, the trouble with this at the minute is, like, this isn't a game that supports borderless windows, so if I click outside the game disappears. And games that do that, it's not worth messing around with that, because they have a tendency to crash if you want to have out of them. Honestly, modern PC gaming has a lot of benefits over earlier PC gaming, entirely in reasons like that. Like, dealing with Jade Empire on PC, and I'm like, this would have been so much simpler if I just played it on Xbox.
What is it? Is it titties?
Anyway, we'll be right back. And we're back. That's right. I'm Klim now. It's an awful emote, and I think it's really funny. I'd been wanting to like do something with that. There's like the close-up face of me just like like the active judging. I think is kind of funny. And I was like, what if we made it smile? Like it's exactly the same. It's just got one of those AI smiles on it. I was like, that would be really funny. So I tried to make one yesterday, and we ended up with the one with the closed mouth where it was hard to tell the difference. And I was like, okay, no, we need better. We need teeth. We need like open mouth smile. We need what I would never do, the open mouth smile. I was eventually able to get one that did that. We have the result, and it's great. Absolutely awful. And it's great. I was planning to spring it on Ali during her stream yesterday, and she didn't stream. I was super disappointed. My emotes being basically shitposts though, is very fulfilling to me. Is this stream serious? It's as serious as I want it to be. I didn't realize this would be progress. But yeah, like I've thought about what I would do for more emotes, and I'm never really happy with the idea. It's like people have the various games they like and the various games they play, but I don't really play anything, I feel, often enough for it. I could do Skies of Arcadia, but I don't think a lot of people will really recognize that. And then, like, what do I do with Skies of Arcadia? The same thing other people do with other things? I don't want to do that. And it's not like the stream is entirely serious anyway. Stream is just me playing video games and having a bit of fun. Awesome. I was thinking about it recently, like, and it's hard. I guess I would like to be able to do this full time. You motherfuckers ain't getting away. Where'd the other one go? Yeah, like, it's hard. I would like to be able to do this full time and like do nothing else. Like, be able to just play video games for the majority of my day. But, like, it's not going to happen. And I understand that, I accept that. And so with that, I have no real requirement to put on any kind of facade of professionalism. Like, beyond what I feel I want to do. All timing. How you doing, Bug? I mean, really, I just want to be able to play video games is the thing. But it's like, I would always be a variety streamer. I would never be focused on one thing enough to be like, oh yeah, I'm a this streamer. I was not anywhere near that. Yeah, variety's more fun to watch. I feel like variety's more fun to do as well. Kill him. Can't believe Superman's murdering these people. It's like, you say your numbers were pretty good yesterday. Like, I never know what my numbers are. I don't know what even happened to the stats panel I have on OBS. It disappeared. But I don't need it. Even when I had it, I had the view count turned off. So I can't see it. Hey, Nelson. Yeah, without a lot of facade, like... I'm just me. I can't be bothered pretending to be anything else. Why can't I go higher? There we go. Yeah, Rebel's the main one I think about when it comes to this kind of thing, because like Rebel was always focused on growth and doing whatever would bring numbers in. And it's like, is Rebel making enough to only do streaming? Oh, hey, it's T. Limit yourself one game for Twitch sake. Yeah. And I'm really not here for that. I'm here for the sake of, like, playing these video games. It's the entire reason why I do the streaming. So I can play the video games. Like, we've got themes going on, but those are because I want to do these themes. Like, we did... we had the Year of PlayStation, which I thought was a fun idea that I would be into, and probably other people. And then last year we had just me doing games that I haven't streamed before. And I really enjoyed that. And we also had Castlevania, and then Super Sunday, and we still have the theme month where I like to play stuff that I like. There we go.
What's that song? Sounds familiar.
I don't listen to music.
Either you guys know the score of the game?
I don't follow sports.
7-3, St. Louis. Huh.
Shouldn't have asked. Nice costumes.
Lex? Right here. You feel okay, Superman? I hope you voted before you got here, because you might not be leaving.
Yeah, I voted for whichever party wouldn't
Maniac,
have
no one is going to elect you president.
Oh, yes, they will.
a
Once we've
madman
flown over
like
the
you.
country dispensing my friend Joker's gas, I'll win in a landslide. Since I was deprived of the Man of the Year award in Gotham City, we're starting at their city hall. Sorry you won't be there. When I'm president, I'll build a statue of you.
You're not going to build him a statue.
No, I'm not. But you won't be there to call me on it.
Wait a second! What are you going to do to the dynamic dum-dum?
Joker, I have an election to win.
But who will I play with if he's dead?
Robin's still around. If we eliminate Batman, Robin will probably put on the suit and say he's Batman.
Won't be the same. Wow, did not expect that.
Let's go get out the vote.
All right.
Oh, that just happened.
What the? Joker, do you know how expensive that was?
Have no idea what it cost, no.
Nice plan.
Now we know what they're up to. We have to stop them.
You think?
But anyway, yeah, I think Batman Brave and the Bold did it. Yeah. I don't know, like, as far as lurkers go, like, I appreciate people who want to watch the stream. Like, that's absolutely fine. Doesn't really mean a whole lot for me. People are enjoying it, that's great. I like people to talk to, don't need them. And that's the way that goes, generally. Yeah. Let me see, there was a bunch of stuff. I mean, if you want to play that much on stream, fair enough. I say I use stream mostly just to play stuff. Like this year with the RPG. We did play Year of PlayStation, then last year it was Year of playing stuff that I haven't streamed before. This year we're doing that, but RPGs I haven't streamed before. Which is absolutely not going to draw people in. But it's for me. So. Good shit to say without a facade, yes. Like the evil Dr. Mecha and his not politically correct robots. Do lurking streams, be fair, not for the view account because you want to hear. Yep. They're a lurker, only have one viewer that you're watching. Yeah, if I'm watching a streamer, I'm watching them and generally interacting. It's not often that I watch a stream without interacting. Yeah. As a viewer, I generally try to make the streamer's day better. And at this point, like, I've got enough people that I follow that I don't need to look at other stuff. Seriously, the face and the laugh on this thing is horrifying.
In its As supervillains run amok, it's time for our very own superhero to save the day.
Man, Clayface looks like shit.
Nowhere to be seen. Batman, if you're listening, this is a bad time for a vacation. Gotham City needs you. We've got creeps on every
Probably in
corner.
Switch though.
Clayface,
Honestly, I felt like looking at the numbers
they're out.
didn't really do anything for me. Like, I look at the numbers and it says 1. I was like, that's not helping me. So I ended up turning it off. Like, maybe somebody's watching, maybe they're not. I won't know unless they say something. If they don't say something, I'm going to be having fun on my own. Without any expectation of hitting a number.
If I had $1 for every time I said that.
Oh, it waved us. Well, I saved somebody. I don't know what they were doing on that thing. Yeah. I think, like, one of the oddest things with Twitch is how many times I've had people come into the stream and ask my advice on, like, how to succeed at streaming. And I was like, I don't think there's really any advice to give. Don't expect to become a big deal. Try and enjoy it for yourself. Do what you want to do. Which is what I'm wanting to do. I don't think anybody wanted me to play Lego Batman 2. But I wanted to play Lego Batman 2, so I'm playing Lego Batman 2. Yeah, we had it. It might have been over Christmas. Lino came in and just threw down 20 gift subs. Which was kind of wild. I appreciate it. It was really nice of him. It's weird to be in a position where somebody feels like you're doing something worth paying for, I think. What am I aiming at? What am I aiming at? Nice. How many times Clem the backstab when you use Chrono's advice to get ahead? That's very true. Clem has done that a lot to me. He still has not paid me my deserved royalties for the Clem Tiago idea. You don't smoke? Yeah, it's good. It's good. I feel like, just generally though, like, as you're streaming, it's always the philosophy I've taken of, like, do what you want, because chances are, you look at the Twitch market, it's very oversaturated as it is. It's the same thing as like if you're doing Let's Plays on YouTube, and I've done both. I've done streaming and I've done Let's Plays on YouTube. And like, you're probably not going to get anything out of them. You're probably not going to get regular viewers, you're probably not going to get a whole lot going on. So you got to be doing it for yourself, and I did, and I think I'm in a pretty good position mentally with a lot of it. Oh, okay. Gotcha. There was a really fun thing when I was doing the Let's Plays, actually. One of the last Let's Plays I did before I stopped and decided to just focus on streaming. Because it was an easier way to just be playing games, it didn't require editing or anything. Was playing through Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time was a game I hadn't really enjoyed playing through in years. And my feeling with it was that I played it too much as a kid. I just didn't really enjoy it anymore. But I did it for Let's Play, and I ended up really rekindling my love for it in Let's Play. And it was great. Wouldn't have gotten that without the Let's Play. Yeah, the regulars, having regulars come in and hang out is always great. People you just feel comfortable with, that you can have a chat with, and just talk about nothing with. Or you can say your own dumb little in-jokes. Oh, that worked. But yeah, I ended up really rekindling my love with Ocarina of Time when I did it on Let's Play, and it was so much fun. And I've been through it like another 3 times since then.
Keep flying. I'll deal with this.
Lex, we're losing altitude!
You alright? Yeah. Being that close to the kryptonite weakened me. I don't think I can fly yet.
I guess we can get there some other way.
Yeah, having a regular schedule is definitely a problem for me. Because of my job. My job does not have a regular schedule. Wish it did. Doesn't. And so, like, the most regular day I can have is Sunday. At the minute. Which is why I have the themes that I do on Sunday now. Where it was Castlevania and now it's Superhero Sunday, and when I'm done with Superhero Sunday it'll be something else. The History of Stylish Action maybe, the Remedy Power Hour. Shooter Sundays? Sunday Shooters? Yeah, various ideas. Restaurant management. So now Superman is weakened, which means he can't fly. But it means nothing else. He's still invincible. And he still has all of his other powers. Yeah, Castlevania's difficult, but it's very rewarding. I always enjoy finishing a playthrough of one of the classic Castlevanias. I feel like at the minute I'm enjoying classic Castlevanias more so than going through the Metroidvanias. But that's probably because I spent a good amount of my late teens into my 20s doing primarily the Metroidvanias. And I think there's definitely a real value to the classic NES style. I think they both have their appeal, and fortunately I do enjoy both. I feel like that's the most you can hope for. That when a series changes like that, you still enjoy what it's changed into. I can definitely understand enjoying Castlevania more than Ninja Gaiden. That said, I would like to do a playthrough of the original NES Ninja Gaiden on stream at some point. I think that'd be hard. That'd be difficult. But it could be quite enjoyable. But yeah, Castlevania is my big thing. Klim's big thing is Mega Man, and we're like two sides of the coin with that. I've always considered Castlevania and Mega Man to be like opposites of the same coin. The classic NES side-scrolling platformer, one by Capcom, one by Konami, and I consider Capcom and Konami to be like the two pinnacle NES third-party developers.
And headed for the metro system, a reliable refuge from the... What? Oh. I'm sorry, we're just getting news of a big explosion at the Midtown Metro station. Citizens are advised to make alternative travel arrangements.
In Castlevania 1, that would be stage 4, I believe. The Frankenstein monster. The creature, they generally call it. Castlevania 1 gets worse. Yep, yeah, I know my Castlevania. I'm doing a really chill playthrough of Symphony of the Night at the minute. And it's been kind of fun. I'm really just, like, taking it slow, appreciating the music and the atmosphere. If you enjoy Castlevania 1, you will probably enjoy Castlevania 3. But it is much harder. Like, as hard as Castlevania 1 is, Castlevania 3 is harder. But, like, if you enjoy that kind of game, Castlevania 3 is also really good. Like, I streamed it for Castlevania last year. I never ended up getting around to doing Castlevania 1. That'll be in Season 2 of Castlevania. But I streamed Castlevania 3 last year, and, like, it was so fucking hard. And I was playing it, and I was like, I don't think I'll be doing this again. And then, like, 2 days after I finished it, I was like, I should do Castlevania 3 again. Because it was really good. Like, if you enjoy that kind of game, Castlevania 3 is one of the best examples of that kind of thing on NES. It's really good. That'd be a thing I'd do, actually. If I had... Like, if I was doing full-time streaming, it'd be like, okay, let's stream 5 days a week. And we'll have... I'd do what Teak does. I'd have, like, specific days for specific things. And we'd have Castlevania on Mondays. And we'd still be playing Castlevania. And it'd be great. I love most of the aspects of Castlevania. I love the classics. I love the Metroidvanias. I do generally enjoy Lord of Shadow. I actually, when we did Lord of Shadow last year, that was the 4th time, I think, that I'd finished Lord of Shadow. And with the exception of the DLC, which is fucking awful, I actually really ended up enjoying it. It was probably the most fun I'd had playing Lord of Shadow. Though I've always generally enjoyed Lord of Shadow 2 more. You know, I don't think I'd ever noticed that their heads are drilled. Mega Man Mondays. It'd be like, yeah, let's start Monday off with Mecha running Castlevania, and then we'll hand over to Clem doing Mega Man. I do really enjoy the Castlevanias though. Like, even the ones that people generally think aren't as good. Like, I do really like Castlevania 64. And everybody will tell you Castlevania 64 is an awful game. And I will tell you, Castlevania 64 is a 2D series trying to move into 3D. And that always came with teething issues. And Castlevania did it better than a lot of other games did. A lot of other franchises. I mean, hell, I'd argue Castlevania did it better than Mega Man did. You know, that's not fair. Mega Man Legends is a fine game, and it is probably generally better than Castlevania 64. I take that back. All-time favorite game. I have trouble like picking favorites. Yeah, I was thinking more X7 than Legends. Yeah, I have trouble picking favorites. But bear in mind, like, my preferred genre is generally RPG. And I think my favorite RPG is probably Skies of Arcadia. I feel like Skies of Arcadia is probably a really good answer for that. People expected better from 2D to 3D transitions in '99. I'm not going to disagree with that. I think Castlevania 64 has probably aged better. As a result, now that we're out of that period where other games had done this better. Because we look back on it and other games did it worse, and that entire era just kind of blends together a bunch. Plus, I look back on Castlevania 64 and it's like, it's definitely more interesting than the other 3D Castlevania games that happened. Like, Lament of Innocence might be a more consistent game, overall, but I think it's probably like a much less interesting game. Deke, I need you to stow your Castlevania 64 hate. I need you to stop hating on Castlevania 64. I forgot I wasn't invincible. I played Tales of Berseria for... Deke, stop hating on Castlevania 64. I played Tales of Berseria for like 5 hours or so. And I enjoyed it, I just never ended up playing more of it. Because I have trouble focusing on video games outside of stream. It is honestly really frustrating. Final Fantasy X was really good except for the final boss. Expedition 33. I've heard good things about it from people that I pretend to respect. I would... Honestly, it's a thought I've had this year of, like, if I get through the list of RPGs I have for this year, and, like, we're not in December yet, then I would consider doing Expedition 33 this year. But there is other stuff I've said I'll do. Like, I told Clem, like, if he's really good this year, I'll stream Super Mario RPG for him. Because he's a big Super Mario RPG fan. I would really love to get Clem into other Mario RPGs. There's just some absolutely fantastic writing in the Mario RPGs. I think ultimately it was the biggest thing that suffered. With the Paper Mario series as it went on. Like, when they stopped doing RPGs, like, Paper Mario is really fun. Like, to go through, the writing on it is great. Paper Mario Thousand Year Door is also great with that. Super Paper Mario isn't an RPG, but its writing is still really funny. But then Color Splash is just, like, really bland. And it's a real disappointment. I did hear stuff about that. It was in a listing of the bad news that has happened this week, or last week. Like, this whole RAM shortage nonsense has led Sony to say they're probably going to hold the PS5 back until 2029. And I'm like... No, the PS6, and I'm like... Do we need the PS6 anytime soon? And also that Phil Spencer's retiring, and it's like, that's probably a bad thing overall for the industry. I can't imagine it was get fired. I mean, it could be because Microsoft is just shit. But, like, Phil Spencer has done so much good stuff. And, like... Xbox as a brand was in a worse place before he took over. I don't know how much of that can be pointed directly at Phil Spencer, though. Like, it's always the trouble with like, being on that level. You're the face of everything that goes wrong and everything that goes right. But how much of what goes wrong is your decision? Rather than stuff that's come down from on high. Because let's be fair, Microsoft hasn't been doing well elsewhere. Like, as a company with public relations, they've not been doing well elsewhere. Windows 11 continues to be fucking worthless as an OS. Their AI push is really not working. And seems to be doing a lot worse than other companies' AI pushes. It's always the problem with stuff like this, of like, anybody who has done a lot of good in positions like that has usually done a lot of bad as well that may not be publicly attributed to them, or has usually done like some bad. While everybody that's done a lot of bad has probably done some genuine good somewhere. Yeah, video game pricing has definitely been a mistake, but I don't think you can tie video game pricing down to a single individual. So much as, like, everything. Not even the industry, like, everything. Everything has been jumping up in price so much since COVID, and it still hasn't stopped. I do think the smartest thing video game consumers can do at the moment in response to ever-increasing prices of video games, video game hardware, the actual software itself, and especially this whole thing of, like, we don't own our video games anymore, is to not be anywhere near any of that. I was talking with Clem about during his stream yesterday of like playing old stuff, and it's like, oh, okay, well, like, what's some old stuff that you haven't played that you want to play that you're looking at? And like, I pulled out a sizable list of stuff. Like, interesting stuff that I haven't played before. There's always going to be more. And if you're willing to play some older stuff, you'll always have something to play. But it's not even just retro stuff. It's like, oh hey, do you have a PS4? Did you pick up a PS4 for a reasonable price recently? Because, you know, people aren't really buying them in comparison with the PS5. And the games aren't all that expensive. There's a lot there to play. Yeah, value for money is a really difficult thing to go with. And when everything's costing so much, you need your entertainment to be costing less. I feel like we've been close to the verge of another video game market crash for a long time now, and they've managed to stave it off piece by piece. And I feel like with just the general issue of the cost of living everywhere going up while the value of the currency goes down, I think we're getting closer and closer than ever to it. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'm not throwing batarangs anymore. I feel like we're going to hit a point where, like, video games don't stop being a major form of entertainment, but I think people will stop buying the new games because it's not feasible and there's still so much that they would be willing to play that's a little older. Like, retro gamers aren't the majority. The majority is people who will only play on the current hardware. Even though there is an ever-growing market for nostalgia, and that's why we're seeing a lot of stuff. Like, every couple of months, there's a new retro IP being revived for whatever reason. Like, the last State of Play was like, hey, here's a collection of the original Rayman games for its various platforms. So, like, there's that. But even with people who aren't willing to play older games at all, I think they'd still be willing to play PS4 stuff. And a PS4 is affordable, the games are affordable, in ways that PS5 and PS5 games aren't. So I think especially if prices keep increasing, we may not see an increase in retro gaming as I would like, but we will see an increase in people holding on to last generation systems and continuing to work their way through the libraries of those. It's like you think back to when we were kids and a lot of the weird shit we ended up playing because it was what we could afford. And, like, oh, maybe people will be a little more willing to experiment in that regard. PS3 does hold up a lot better than you'd think. The problem with that is accessibility and price. I think, on the whole, PS4 games are more affordable than PS3 games. Absolutely a thing now, like. It happens with every generation. If you want to pick up some PS4 games, now is the time to do it. Don't leave it. PS3, there is a bunch of PS3 games that are more expensive than is reasonable. And it'll happen with PS4, happen with PS1, happen with PS2, it's happening with PS3, it'll happen with PS4. Come on. There we go. Oh, I'm stuck. I know people who have been like, can't go back to PS2 because of the graphics. And I understand. Because sometimes those graphics can be like, But like, I'm really glad I'm not like that, because there's so much I still want to play from those generations. Like, replay, play for the first time. Hey, Star. Yeah, I definitely get that. There's elements of that generation that I'm like, cannot say enough about it. Like, I've said for a long time now, like, there's something about PS2 era JRPG dungeon design that I adore that just doesn't exist anymore. I think I said that the last time we were streaming Skies of Arcadia. Well, the PS2 era, like, games didn't cost so much to develop that they needed to avoid all risk to make so much money so they could make a profit. But 3D was also more refined than the PS1 era. Like, I love the PS1 era for how experimental it is, but the PS2 era still has a lot of that experimentation, but with a lot of refinements over the PS1. You end up with a lot of really interesting, weird stuff. And in a lot of ways, like, design mentalities that you just don't have these days. Even from genres that are still around. I think PS2 was probably the best era for survival horror. It got so much more creative, and I feel like it's not been all that creative in recent years. It's been about trying to recapture the PS1 aesthetic in a lot of ways, which I think is a mistake. I feel like we should be not trying to recapture, we should be trying to do new style. Oh, there we go. Find our own style, move on. Or at least, you know, vary it up. I've never actually played the Jack games. Because I was on GameCube, and then Xbox in that generation. I didn't get the PS2 until later. So I've never really played the Jack games. I have them. I have HD Trilogy on PS3. I have the PS2 classic versions on PS4. I remember when they were coming out and the Sony press release was like, yeah, these are better than the PS3 versions. For various reasons. It's like, so you're saying the PS3 versions had problems and you still released them? Alright, we have an ad coming up and should run it. We'll talk more about various things after these messages.
The self-destruct sequence has been activated. Repeat, the self-destruct sequence has been activated. This sequence may not be aborted. All employees proceed to the emergency car at the bottom platform.
Well, the good thing is we're already on the train. And we're back.
Oh no!
Alright. Thank you, Glenn. Let's go! Batman, what are you doing? Yeah, as far as like playing old games goes though, like I feel like there's too much. There's too much of genuine interest in old stuff for me to ever be like, yeah, I'm gonna stop playing this console now. I stop.
Sorry.
Like, Clem, you asked me to like point out a game that I want to play that I've not done before from an old system. I was like, you know, Illbleed. I've been wanting to do Illbleed for such a long time at this point. And you're like, oh, what's Illbleed? I was like, Illbleed's a game, a horror game on the Dreamcast. Quirky horror game on the Dreamcast. Where you play as a high schooler who is invited to a horror theme park along with her friends, and she doesn't go. But her friends do, and they all disappear. So she goes to find her friends. And it's a weird, quirky, nothing else like it kind of game. And I've been wanting to play it for such a long time. Big part of the reason why I've not played it on stream is because I should get some practice, I feel, with the mechanics. I don't know where I am in relation to where I was before. And like there's so much like that that's just weird and odd. And it's probably not a great game. Probably got a lot of problems. But it's one of those games that just has a weird idea that there's nothing else like it, and it just sticks with you. Like Kudelka. I'm stealing this box. Excellent, I made it to City Hall.
Tonight of disruption on the city's metro lines. The mayor's office has released a
Yeah, I'm very much the same way, Star.
Technical difficulties, including issues relating to the rampage.
Like, there's the occasional new game that I'll be interested in, but very few of them sound as interesting as older stuff that I haven't played.
Meanwhile, citizens gather at City Hall for the Lex Luthor rally, full of questions for the presidential candidate. But will he have the answers?
I think a lot of that's reflected in what I stream. Where it's not even a conscious decision to be like, okay, I'm only going to play old games.
Voting is serious business. So before you choose your next president, I want you all to take a deep breath. A really deep breath. What do you think of your presidential candidate?
We love him!
We'll do anything he says! We'll do anything he says! Go vote for him!
Make sure they've all had enough, then we move on to the next campaign stop.
I feel like there's a lot of ways this plan won't work. Like, this is obvious vote rigging, and it's not subtle. It's like, oh yeah, every campaign stop, a giant Joker robot appeared and gassed the crowd, and then they all decided to vote for Lex Luthor. Yeah, $70 for a new game also doesn't help. There we go. Okay, now I need explosives. Yeah, there's the way so many games require DLC on them. There's the whole thing of installing so much. It's like I was saying, I don't even specifically set it up for the stream to be like, oh yeah, we're only going to be playing old games. I made the list of RPGs that I wanted to do this year, and none of them were current gen games. And that wasn't intentional. It was because all of these RPGs are either stuff I've played before or want to replay or haven't played before. And the result is just that they're all old. I think the newest game on that list is Alpha Protocol, which is an Xbox 360 game. Perfect. Well, it's the thing with stuff like that, Clint, like, you want to support the releases. I feel like you want the company to know that's what you want. And there's always been the thing, pay with, like, vote with your wallet. Though I think it's more and more apparent that that really doesn't have a huge effect. Oh, this suit was unnecessary for the minute. I wonder if part of it might be like, you bring up turning 40 last month, and like, we're all older at this point. We all grew up in a period where we still experienced older media. And like, you consider it in movies. I feel like we all grew up watching movies that were made before our time. And enjoying them and then holding on to them. I feel like it's not unreasonable to feel like we transitioned that idea to games as well. As far as the idea of being too old to play games, though, like, I feel like that's just a symptom of games being less respected as a media, a form of media. Because would you say the same things like, oh, I'm too old to read books, I'm too old to watch movies? Like, at the end of the day, you're a grown man. You should be allowed to do what you enjoy without guilt. If somebody else says that it's not appropriate in whatever way, like, fuck them. Their lives are more miserable than yours. At the end of the day, in regards to the idea of video games being an addiction, anything in that sense could be an addiction. Because all you're really getting out of that is the dopamine rush. You're addicted to the rush. It's not video games specifically that you're addicted to, it's the rush. So, like, if it wasn't video games, it could easily be gambling. Dude, man, step on the fucking button. Yeah, it's more acceptable in this generation than it was previously. I feel like partly because we grew up with video games, and partly because we all stopped caring. It's like there's the idea of you have to have certain things a certain way. And I was like, who really cares? There's the lingering idea that pineapple on pizza is a bad thing. And it's like, who cares? I feel like generally we're moving further on towards that. Of like, as long as you're enjoying yourself, you're not doing anything illegal. I might just hug Superman. You're not hurting anybody. Like, honestly, who cares? Like, working full-time jobs are a reasonable example of this thing. Of like, we spend the majority of our lives in full-time work, just in work. And it's miserable. It's not something we want to do with our lives. So, if I want to spend the time I'm not doing that, enjoying myself however I can, and you have a problem with that, you can go fuck yourself. And I wouldn't care if it was the norm or not. Well, oh, you say something I enjoy is something I shouldn't enjoy because I should have grown out of it. Like, cool, so I should be miserable like you? We'll be here, Clem. At the end of the day, life is frustrating, depressing. Like, there's enough problems in life that if I want to enjoy video games, I will enjoy video games. MCR, Lego Clement, and Gem. What? Yeah, it's another one of those things of like the way society portrays specific things. Like, yeah, working full time for all your life is a good thing until it's not. What am I after? Oh yeah. Right? Glide suit, alright. In the day, like, be a responsible person and enjoy your methods of play. Everybody needs to unwind somehow. And if your method of unwinding is playing video games, there's nothing wrong with that. And I feel like we all know that because we're all here watching me play Lego Batman 2. The easiest thing to do is just stop giving a shit about other people's opinions on these things. What am I up here for? Okay, I think I've got it. Oh, I need to do that. But yeah, there's always a bunch of old stuff I want to be playing at any given moment. So much of it is super enjoyable and engaging and interesting. And beyond any other issue with modern video games, a big part of the reason I'll go back to... You stop doing that. A big part of the reason why I'll go back to older stuff is because it's different. A lot of games these days are built very similarly. There's a lot of overlap in what they do. All the games didn't really have that. Right, let's do this. I think, like, if you raise kids to not have a stigma against older graphics, and it's the same thing as, like, not judging a book by its cover.
Going to take off. I've got some of my strength back. The kryptonite. I'll slow them down, Batman. It'll be up to you to stop them.
This time, Lex, I'm going to pull Batman apart. Literally.
Robin.
If only Batman had worn the grey suit today.
Robin. Great job. What?
I think I'm going to cry.
Get going.
Yeah, I feel like it's a similar thing as, like, judging a book by its cover. If you can get kids to look past the visuals of stuff, there's a lot of value in a lot of stuff like that. Same with movies. I was talking with one of my younger colleagues in work last week. They're like, oh, they've not seen this movie or this movie, and it's like, they've grown up in a different environment with that kind of thing, where I remember my entertainment in a night when I was younger would be whatever movie is on the TV. And so I saw a lot of movies that way, a lot of movies that I may not have gone out of my way to watch. Nowadays, kids are growing up with Netflix and Amazon Prime, and you're watching whatever is on there, and you can pick and choose when to watch it. Meow. Robin, get on your bike.
Lex Luthor's presidential ambitions received a major setback today as a bizarre vote-rigging master plan was uncovered thanks to the intervention of Batman and Superman. It seems that the secretive billionaire intended to secure his votes using mind-altering gas dispensed from a giant robot, a strategy which was specifically outlawed by local ordinance following last year's disastrous mayoral campaign. More on this story later.
I think the funniest thing about this whole idea isn't that people are acknowledging that this whole thing of gassing the public to make them vote for Lex Luthor is stupid, but that it's not an original plan. I think that's funnier.
Take a left up here.
Okay.
Is that one of Two-Face's trucks? Yep. I think that's the way everything goes, like, when you're willing to just discover stuff like that. When you're in a position, an environment where you can discover stuff like that.
Take a hard right. Now left.
Like, I've been at the point for a while where people will ask, like, oh yeah, what kind of music do you listen to? It's like, almost everything at this point. I like what I like.
We're not losing them.
I'm not trying to.
Gotcha. There's one way to make sure Superman never comes back to Gotham. Let this giant Joker robot drop kryptonite all over the place.
Where have you been?
Getting some help. Look.
Well, Batman, any last words?
Yeah. Look, you're on TV.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's also visible from space, you idiot!
Calling all Justice Leaguers.
Calling all Justice Leaguers. Calling all Justice Leaguers. Calling all Justice Leaguers. Calling all Justice Leaguers.
What do you want to do?
Well, I do despise Bruce Wayne.
Alright. It's like, Justice League are gonna come and stop us, might as well destroy Wayne Tower. Why? Be funny. I love the whole idea of this, though, being like, okay, so there's a giant Joker face visible from space in Gotham. And Martian Manhunter isn't going to call up Batman and be like, hey Batman, have you got this? Which, based on how the game started, how the story started in the game, is probably what he should be doing, because Batman would most likely complain if the Justice League came in uninvited. They don't know Batman set this all up. So I feel like Martian Manhunter should be like, hey Batman, you want any help? Because the expected answer would be, no, I've got this. Like, oh yeah, half of Gotham is on fire. No, I've got this. But also, Martian Manhunter's like, I'm sending everybody anyway. You gotta love when giant robots attack the city, because you can blame every death you cause on the giant robot.
Details are emerging of Lex Luthor's attempted election fraud, with confirmation that the mind-controlling gas used at his rallies was supplied and distributed by none other than the Joker.
The Joker?
Gotham police denied that the giant white face, green hair, and broad grin of Luthor's robot accomplice should have alerted them sooner to the Joker's involvement, claiming that exposure to the mind-control gas made them inattentive and forgetful. Yeah, that was the gas. Definitely the gas.
Oh no. Joker's gonna cause a 9/11 in Gotham.
Thanks.
Don't let go yet.
I wasn't going to.
Why is a giant robot climbing up Wayne Tower? Giant robot? Let's get it!
Follow me. I, know my way around this place.
Shouldn't we take Superman and Wonder Woman in and let Green Lantern rebuild the structural support? Cyborg has a laser eye. Alright.
Excuse me, sir.
Cyborg is magnetic, okay. Oh yeah. Alright, let's go. Only Green Lantern can build green Lego objects for some reason. I feel like it would make sense if Green Lantern was creating green Lego objects, but he's not. Unfortunately, this is clearly the Hal Jordan Green Lantern. One day we'll get some love for one of the others. At least in Justice League Heroes we had Jon Stewart for a change. Knock knock. Guys, are you gonna do anything? No? Okay. Can't believe they all stood there while that goon just went and beat Batman up. It's like that one sketch in Robot Chicken where Bane keeps sneaking up on Batman and breaking his back. And then one time he does it, like, in the Hall of Justice, and the Justice League just sit there and watch it happen. Fucking hilarious. It's odd that Cyborg can't fly in this game. I'm sure he can in LEGO Batman 3. That seems dangerous. This place doesn't seem structurally sound. That reminds me, I should play Dead Space 3 at some point. I need to figure out who's going to play Dead Space 3 with me. Will it be you? Why a spider, Hal? Excellent. That is less excellent. Oh, I guess we're going up. Really? I would have thought a cyborg could handle electricity. I feel like it would be suspicious that there are bat suits hidden in Wayne Tower. But there were bat suits hidden in Ace Chemicals as well, so I don't think it should really cast suspicion on Bruce Wayne. But oh yeah, Batman broke in and hid these here at some point, clearly. You know, just like he did at Ace Chemicals, just like he did at Arkham Asylum. We should probably do something about him. Leaving his shit all over the place. Alright, let's see what this does. Alright, this seems good. You know, sometimes I don't think Green Lantern's actually trying to help. There's also the thing of, like, he could have easily made a platform to carry all of us to the top. He chose not to. Yeah, that's terrifying. Okay, I get the idea, Hal, but why did it have to be a cherry picker truck? Bam, bam. Break the thing. How that doesn't hit the Flash on its way down. Water, of course. Cyborg has super strength. Pull the thing. That seems precarious. Fire's over there to put out, so we'll get the ice suit again. And because I can't be bothered walking over there, we'll fly over there with Green Lantern. Excellent. Good work, Robin. Wonder what this button does. Looks like this time it's the Joker that's getting joy buzzed. Okay. Get him in his stupid face. How many robots are in that thing? I don't know if that's enough. There we go. What do we got? A choo-choo train. Oh, better watch out for that. Alright. I'm on. Oh, this ain't good. Is that ground getting any closer? Oh, that probably hurt. Batman is now stuck in this position. I can't move him. Gotcha. I can't believe how tall Wayne Tower is. Here we go. Perfect shot. Looks like the joke's on you.
Come on.
Why didn't we do this to get to the top of the tower to begin with? I feel like there's an irony to the fastest man alive being the last one to get there. Alright. So I think what we're going to do, we got 10 minutes until the next ad. I think we're going to run this ad, and then we'll finish the story.
Success!
Yes. So we'll be right back after these messages. And we're back. Alright, let's finish this. Get him!
In a specially extended bulletin tonight, chaos on the streets of Gotham. Green Lantern, the Flash, and Cyborg battled Joker on a giant robot while falling from the top of Wayne Tower. Superman and Wonder Woman struggled to support the collapsing building. Batman and Robin battled bad guys high above the city. Lex Luthor's presidential bid dismissed. But first, the weather. Rainy.
Batman, Robin, the Flash, Cyborg, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman. Superman's also here.
One more, please.
Hello. Alright. Who are we playing as? Cyborg. Well, that's one. How are you doing, Clem? There we go. So I need to get in there somehow. What do we got over here? Nothing of actual value to me right now. Are you, Clem? Are you sure? Alright, what am I doing? What am I doing? There we go, just get on the hand, alright. Easier than I thought it'd be. Can't believe Robin's dead. Oh, there she is. Wondering where she'd gone. They can't catch me in the air. Make a nice clean circle. I feel like the lasso of truth shouldn't make a grapple sound. So far, it's bad. Bad in what way, Clint? Well, took care of that one. Looks like a job for Robin. I don't think there's anything in here. Get out of the way. Okay, that's just a mini kit. Oh, I see. Shoulders are leaking. I don't get the appeal of difficulty like that. It's like the hero mode in Zelda stuff, where it's like, oh yeah, just don't have any health drops, like no hearts drop at all. And it's like, okay, what's the appeal? Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Yeah, I wouldn't play hero mode of Zelda because of that. Wonder Woman, no, that's Robin. Batman gets the last hit on the Joker. Oh, hey, Lex.
Is that all you've got?
No, what am I missing here? And you do less damage, enemies do more damage. I always hate that as a difficulty mechanic. When the goal was to buy, use items, no upgrades, can't use E-tanks. Do that in casual and higher, did not have to count. Yeah, difficulty like that's just stupid. I'm always happy enough playing on whatever difficulty feels the most appropriate to me. Alright, Robin, do this. Oh, there's still one more. Ah, yes, the Justice League's kill satellite. No, I don't have the Switch 2. I barely play my Switch. And given the Switch 2, anything that I would be interested in buying on Switch 2, I think, is available on other systems, and for the most part I own on other systems. I don't have a whole lot of interest in it. Doesn't seem like it fixes the problems the Switch 1 had anyway. We're back to an LCD screen when I've got the Switch OLED. That feels like a downgrade. It's bigger. I don't want a handheld that big. Plus there's this whole thing with Switch 2 upgrades that you have to pay for, which I'm not fond of. I don't like this idea of, like, hey, remember Breath of the Wild? A game that came out like 8 years ago? 9 years ago, maybe? You want it to run at a stable frame rate? Well now, 8 years later, you can have it running at a stable frame rate. Just pay more money. You know what? Nah. There's enough on the original Switch that it does have value to me. There's enough I own on original Switch that it has value to me as well. Like, there's not really anything for Switch 2, I don't really care. There we go. Yeah. It has to be Batman. Yeah, I feel like it's the same with anything. Like, if you're gonna get use out of it, great. If you're not... They threw him on top of the Joker. There we go.
Great work, Batman.
I have to admit, I couldn't have done it without a little help from my friends.
A little?
Well, Bruce Wayne said when he was given the Man of the Year award that everybody needs help now and again.
Did he?
He is a wise man.
So, Bats, you need a little help rebuilding the Batcave?
No, Robin and I.
Yes, we'd like some help. Say it with me.
Okay, we probably could use some.
Are you asking me? Are you asking me to help you rebuild the Batcave?
Honestly, I could imagine.
No, I was asking Green Lantern.
It's a real surprise that
Don't think this is your color.
they don't.
I have located it.
To be continued in Lego Batman 3. Yeah, it's I think Steam is generally the outlier in regards to that kind of thing, not charging for upgrades with stuff like that. If developers and publishers could get away with it, they absolutely would. There's Lego Batman 2. I think we'll get the percentage complete after the credits, and like it's probably going to be less than 15%. Because there's a bunch of other side stuff to do, like unlock characters to unlock, all the collectibles to find in the stages that require you to play the stages on free play with other characters. As far as its story goes, like it's a fun little romp through DC stuff. I feel like its subtitle was always kind of misleading. DC Superheroes, and you don't get to play as any other DC Superhero beyond Superman until the penultimate level. Yeah, I think Nintendo's generally been the worst with that in regards to these Switch 2 upgrades. But it's also something that people were generally enabling at the time. I remember when the Digital Foundry review for The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom came out, and they look at the frame rate and how it performs, and it runs far worse than what is ultimately a first-party title should on their own hardware. And a lot of the video was Digital Foundry forgiving them because it'll probably run better on Switch 2. And I'm like, you shouldn't be able to release a game and have people be like, oh yeah, no, it's fine and it runs like shit because the next system is due out soon and we'll have the privilege of paying $400+ for having this game fucking work. Fuck Nintendo with that bullshit, and fuck anybody who apologizes for them. Yeah, Lego Batman 2, I think it's generally a fun game. If you've played any other Lego game of this style, then you're not going to find any real surprises. It's functional, it's entertaining enough, the story is fun, it's got some fun comedy bits. This being the first Lego game that had voice acting, I think they do generally a good job. Because they had like actual voice actors, which helps. It's odd that they decided to get Clancy Brown specifically, I think. It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna grab, like, hey, we're making Lego Batman 2, and we're gonna grab one voice actor from the DC Animated Universe. Your expectation would be that it would probably be Kevin Conroy. Because, you know, it's Batman. No, Clancy Brown. Odd choice. But Clancy Brown showing why he is probably the definitive Lex Luthor voice. Even with the ridiculousness of the script, he sells it really well. A lot of fun. And I do generally enjoy the rest of the cast. I think this is an underrated Joker voice. I think tying themselves to the Batman 89 soundtrack was a mistake, but I thought it was a mistake with the first Lego Batman game. Because that soundtrack, while it's great for a movie, it doesn't hold up for a video game of the length of this. Or it didn't hold up for the length of the first video game. So much repetition of it. But you could do a lot worse, I think, in regards to playing video games. You could do a lot worse in regards to playing a superhero game. You could do a lot worse playing Lego games. 19.0%. Mm-hmm. So, I think we'll mess around a little bit in the open world. We'll take a look at some of the side villain stuff before we call it. Next week will be a return to Marvel. And I've got a couple of ideas of what I'm going to do for that. I don't want to say anything outright. I want you guys to be surprised. Wait, what did I say? Studs will be lost? That was weird how many times I had to do that. So, let's go to one of the red. I remember, like, one of my biggest ideas of excitement for this game when it was coming out was like, oh, open world Flash. And then when I finally got to the end of it the first time, I was like, oh, you can play as the Flash now. I was really disappointed with how slow he is.
One more thing, sir.
Remote timer active.
Alright, so who's going to be the supervillain here? It is... Brainiac.
Soon all worlds will be mine. What can I do for you, sir?
Well, he's right over there. Go beat him up.
Soon all worlds will be mine.
Oh, Two-Face.
This city needs a strong, decisive leader. Or maybe not.
I think it is a little disappointing that you beat the villains, and unless you then purchase them, you don't really get anything else out of it. I feel like beating the villains should, like, finish them off. And then maybe you buy them from a store or something. Ba-ba-da. I really don't think there's ever been a superhero theme just as amazing as John Williams' Superman score. Hush.
Hey, you wanna know a secret?
The idea of Hush being a recurring villain was always stupid.
What can I do for you, sir?
Dude, stop doing that. Alright, so who will it be here?
Remote tie-in active.
Catwoman. Really, nothing to say?
What can I do for you, sir?
I think, like, as the first instance of an open world Lego game, it's a pretty good open world.
One more thing, sir.
Definitely not the worst.
Remote tie-in active.
A buoy. Mr. Freeze.
Is it just me? Or is it really cold in here?
What can I do for you, sir?
Now, what do we got?
Remote tie-in active.
Zod is your master now.
I don't think any comic book appearance of Zod has ever been as truly iconic as the Terrence Stamp look from Superman 2.
Remote tie-in active.
Who do we have? Clayface.
My mom told me I could be anything I wanted. Anything.
Oh, bet you can't be a good actor.
What can I do for you, sir?
It's not a dig at the voice actor, it's a joke because Clayface was an actor. Yes, that's all of them over here. Oh, there's one.
Remote tie-in active.
And bat. Why does it sound like a donkey? In a world where you can be anything, be Batman.
What can I do for you?
I feel like in a world with known shapeshifters like Clayface, anytime a superhero is accused of doing crime, they should absolutely be given the benefit of the doubt. It's like, hey, we saw Batman commit crime. It's like, okay, one, Batman's a guy in a suit. Are you sure it was Batman? And two, even if it looked exactly like Batman, there are shapeshifters all over this fucking place. It's like that kind of thing flew in the 60s, I feel like. It's like, oh yeah, early in Spider-Man's career, somebody manages to successfully impersonate Spider-Man. Cool, the first time it happened? Alright. And then Mysterio turns up looking like the most obviously evil motherfucker. But, you know, it's fine. The Riddler.
Riddle me this, Batman. Why won't you leave me alone?
It's like, okay, so Mysterio is foiled, and it's proven and revealed that Mysterio, you know, did that. Mysterio managed to dress up as Spider-Man, replicate his powers. I feel like any time after, it's like, oh yeah, oh no, Spider-Man just did something criminal. Okay, are we sure it was Spider-Man this time? It's like, hey, this is the 10th time we've accused Spider-Man of being a criminal. And, you know, the last 9 times, it was proven to be Mysterio or the Chameleon. At one point, we had a little crossover with the X-Men, and it was a mutant shapeshifter. It's like, I'm just saying, maybe this time we shouldn't be so quick to jump on the gun and start shooting Spider-Man every time we see him. Just a thought. Kill a moth.
The light! The light!
What can I do for you, sir?
That all of them now? No. Well, let's go and get the rest. See what other villains there are to unlock.
Remote tie-in active.
I shall go.
If you make yourself more than just a man, you become a Superman. No, that's not right. A legend. Yes, a legend.
My favourite Rage voice is always going to be the animated series, where he was played by David Warner. Part of it is how distinctive he sounded. Like, he also really brought an element of class to the idea of Raish. The animated series just had, like, some really fucking amazing voice actors. I need you to stop. Al, you can fly. Why are you drowning?
Remote tie-in active.
Who do we have? Lex Luthor.
You think you can stop me? I'm Lex Luthor!
Didn't we arrest him?
What can I do for you, sir?
Can't believe you got out already. In like 10 minutes.
Remote timing active.
Amusement Miles gotta be the Joker. Harley Quinn and Scarecrow.
You know what I always say? Fright makes right.
And I guess Joker's probably going to be Ace Chemicals then.
What can I do for you, sir?
You might be like, why aren't we buying some of these villains then if all you have to do is punch them to, like, get any of them and none of them can hurt Superman? In the LEGO games like this, I don't like buying characters until we've gotten some of the red bricks. Like the various red bricks. 5 of them are stud multipliers. Where they multiply the studs you pick up. There's a stud times 2, stud times 4, times 6, times 8, times 10. And I always want to get those first because they render any other money requirement pointless. And here's the fun thing, they always stack. So you get times 2. Usually like the slowest one to get. Like that or times 4, usually the slowest one to get. But like, you usually look about maybe 500,000 studs for times 2, and then maybe 1 million or 2 million for times 4. Then after that, the price doesn't matter anymore, because you turn both of those on, and then you're earning times 8. And it just stacks from there. Once you have 2 of them, you're done.
Excuse me, sir.
So there's no point in ever buying anything before you have that.
Remote timing active.
And this goes back to, like, LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga, which was the 3rd LEGO game of this style. Always functional. Bane.
Whatever you build, I will break.
Alright, Steve Blum.
What can I do for you, sir?
Bane's just on the beach over there. So this one also has to be the Joker because it requires the Flash. And you don't unlock the Flash until after the last mission. I think Superman just killed that guy.
Oh, you're so strong! Let me shake you by the hand.
Yeah, so usually you are able to get ×2 in the process of playing through the game. And then possibly get like ×4 before you finish the game. And so like the earlier you get them, the more beneficial they are. Camera's not helping me. So the trouble we're having with flying is once we go into flying, the way we move is by pointing in a direction and holding A. And it's not great for accuracy. I think when we eventually do Lego Marvel Superheroes, which we will do because it's a really fucking good game, we'll show off the idea of getting the stud multipliers as soon as you're able to. Yeah, there's still plenty more to do after you finish this game, beyond just doing the levels again, to get all the bits in the levels. Like, all of these are little puzzles that eventually unlock additional characters. These are always heroes as well. So essentially we'd need to get up here with Robin in the acrobatic suit, which you can't just spawn into as far as I'm aware. And then this one gets us a golden brick. If you like side quests, then this game has plenty of it. Oh. Yeah, it was fun going through this game again. I've enjoyed playing this. And because of my whole thing of not wanting to do similar games back to back, like not wanting to do Batman game, then Batman game, or Spider-Man game, then Spider-Man game, couldn't get that with Man-Bat. We won't be jumping into Lego Marvel Superheroes. It'll be a while before we do any of that. So I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. That's always the best part of the stream. Klim, Teak, Bug, Nelson, Star. I believe that was everybody. Pretty sure it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. But if I've forgotten anybody, as I am occasionally known to do, I do apologise. But chat is always the best part of the stream. You were very much appreciated. We'll be back with Jade Empire, I believe. We're currently working through that for our year of RPGs. Superhero Sundays will return next Sunday with a Marvel game. Which Marvel game? I'm undecided. See? The day is saved once again. Yeah, I can't really think of anything else. More RPGs to come, more superhero games to come. In relation to what we were talking about earlier with like Castlevania and Ninja Gaiden and Mega Man, I do have an intention of doing the Batman NES game and possibly Return of the Joker at some point. Superhero Sundays. There isn't really a Marvel equivalent, though. I don't think there are any 2D Marvel games I really want to do. Like, maybe the X-Men arcade game, get somebody with me on that and fight Cade, probably Teak. And do that, and maybe Captain America and the Avengers and some such. But as far as, like, the home console releases go, not really. Definitely not any of the Spider-Man ones. Maybe an X-Men one? Not sure. But yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. So there's not really anything else to say except look to the camera, give a little smile, and then fly off into the sunrise. Just like Christopher Reeve would have done. Thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And we'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.
Thank you.